Gaming. Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, laid back. No stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, throwing parts. Crafting all night, get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
Alrighty. Good Monday morning to y'all. It's me, Kevin C. here yet again at Action Pants Gaming with another Satisfactory. It's like going to work. Anyway, it is Monday. It is December the 15th. Man, we're like pretty much halfway through this month already. And before you know it, that holiday will be upon us. Like 2 weeks, basically. Ooh, but in 2 days. Anyway, let me finish my intro. It's Monday, December the 15th of 2025. And I've got about 5 minutes after the 10 a.m. hour, at least from where I'm sitting. I know some of you are still sitting there in the past, and some of you are somehow in the future. But whatever present you happen to be in as you're catching this, I hope it's going good for you. All right, 2 more days, and we're going to get Season 2 of Fallout, which is pretty darn cool. All right, let's get on the game. Let's take a look on over to chat. We've got... Good morning, it's the legendary Legendaries. You're so stressed out about Christmas, haven't done any shopping yet. Well, I unfortunately and fortunately am not doing Christmas this year. So there's a lot less stress. All right. Katrine has boosted our power rate to a unbelievably good level. Pretty darn stoked. We're going to shift production in a minute. We have been doing all kinds of wacky stuff. We're going to make some computers continuously, though. So we're going to just let that roll for a bit. And we'll just let the cable kind of run around the belt for a while, doing what it's doing, feeding itself. And at the same time, I have some belts crossed here, but you know what? So what? It works. I don't care. And it looks neat anyway, you know. And this will solve some problems. Yeah, unfortunately, my brother, who usually hosts Christmas, is not able to this year. So we are just gonna chill out in our own environments. And I will probably be streaming, because I was going to work, but now I'm not, so there you go. But the potential is still possible on Christmas Eve. Not Christmas Day, but I'll be streaming Christmas Day. Christmas Eve is up in the air at the moment. Anyway, we have a lot of frickin' work to do. A lot. More than I want. Katrine may be joining us at some point. I will know when she and if she is able to jump into chat. We are full here. Motors is our biggest issue at the moment. We are low on motors, so I am trying to make those. I'm going to clear production up here except for computers until we've filled the ranks. And I'm going to start production on the frames for the nuclear lasagna. Alright, computers we're making. Turbo motors we need, but we're going to hold off on that for a little bit. But computers we're going to continue to sort of throw in the mix until... But we need the motors badly. And computers we're just going to We're gonna let those run through, I guess. I'm gonna chunk a little plastic. Actually, I should be chunking a little rubber in here somewhere too. Alright, we need what for this? We need to start making radio control units again at some point. That's what I'm saying. Stuff is, it's like you're always producing. It's never enough. Never enough. We need more radio control units. Alright, what do those take? Crystal oscillators and plastic. Oh, yeah, crystal oscillators, computers, and thingamajiggies. Alright. There's our computers. There's our crystal oscillators. And there's our aluminum. So we can just set that up right here. I hate having to scroll through this the whole time. Alright, radio control units would go in there. Not that we're going to get any overflows, so for now, any unidentified. And that'll be radio control units. We should probably make crystal oscillators as well. Oh, I have enough to complete this milestone. Sweet, we'll go do that. Get rid of some of these presents too. My computers are going somewhere. Where are you going? You're over here. I need to start labeling, but I want to make sure I'm doing what I need to do. Alright, we need to jump that production up. One and two, okay. We need some, whatever those are there. Summer sloop. It's crazy that such a, it's supposed to be such a pleasant holiday turns into this insanity and stress. Alright, we need to fill that back up. This one is pretty decent, but still we're only about halfway. But currently we're making rubber. I could split that once this is done, but I'm starting to think I should put the smart splitters here as well, but always trying to figure it out. But Katrine's done some really amazing work. We have a ton of power right now in terms of, I mean, I could get everything cranking and we're still like half. So if we look at the battery here, look at that. We're consuming 6,000 megawatts. She's got 24,000 going. At max capacity, we're looking at like 11. So just about halfway. It's still got, you know, a good 11 to go. So I think it's safe. We can probably get the iron going. I'm waiting to see if anybody shows up other than the wonderful legendaries who's keeping me company currently. Before I go do like the Fixmas calendar and all that. And we have enough of the, where are those? Are those in the truck? You better be in the truck. You're not. Where are you? Oh, you're on me. 1, 2, 70. Oh, wait a minute. Do we need more? 100, 270. Yeah, we do. What's going on here? I thought I had enough. I'm pretty sure I had enough. All right, we need to look for turbo motors. I'm pretty certain I had made enough. If not, we're going to be in trouble and we got to make some more. Son of a gun. Not there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm gonna make turbo motors. All right. Shoot. You're killing me, Smalls. Well, we were set up to make radio control units, which we need for turbo motors, correct? We do, and we need motors. Okay, so we need rubber for that, which we can pump into the other thing. Okay, so let's make... All right, we got, what are we making here? Crystal oscillators, computers, which we need. And then we need radio control units, right? Okay. Crystal oscillators, computers, radio control units. Shoot. Aluminum casing and computers, okay. Aluminum casing and computers. So here's our aluminum casing. Computers are being fed into one of these. There you are. We do computers. And then oscillators. Which should be coming down the belt once we get that rolling. Which it is. We just need to go in that. We're good. And the radio control units. Should make it down to here. Perfect. All right, and then you, what are you doing? High-speed connectors. We need motors. That's the big one. We need motors. Wow, we're running on plastic too. All right, let's do a... We're gonna have to do a cleanup. Yeah, we can do some rubber right there. Fill up that container. We need motors. Fork, we need motors badly. Crazy thing is we had a ton of them to start. You're welcome. Oh. Chat delay. I also need to start looking at how to connect the road to the new power plant. And I can't believe the order I thought was coming on Thursday is coming today. Which means I'll be home and they won't have to sit out in the freezing cold, because it's not good for that. Did that earlier today. I'm like, alright, I gotta do that. Alright, let's at least drop off what we can. Oh. Never mind. We had enough. We don't have to necessarily make them. Well, we still do, but... Let's launch... Shazam. No, she didn't finish her sentence. Alright. All that stuff we can make easy, except for I don't know what that thing is. But we get the portal. Ooh. Ooh. Our cost is ridiculous. Alright, what is this thing? Neural quantum processor. Oh, okay. Supercomputers. It's made in the quantum encoder. Jeez. Which I don't have yet. Oh, wait a minute, do I? Neural quantum hold on, we need 100 of those. So, of course, those are going to be the hard ones to make. All right, the neural quantum processor produced in the quantum encoder. And it requires... Is that water or nitrogen? I think it's nitrogen. Which I think we can siphon, if that is. Or water, it doesn't matter. If it's one of those two, I can do it. All right, the quantum processor. Neural quantum processor. And I can't activate my next milestone, right? Or can I? Pod launch will return in 20 minutes. Okay. So let's go figure that out. Oh. Yeah, I'll do that after. Get out of my way. Get off my road. I tried to avoid you and you still got hit. Those things are super annoying. That's a converter. Okay. The quantum encoder. What the hell? Turbo motors. Damn it. Quantum encoder. Good thing Katrine did the power, because is that where those things are made? And a quantum encoder. All right. Quantum encoder. I gotta make all that too. Quantum encoder. Quantum encoder. Quantum encoder. That's what we want. We need turbo motors. We need motors. We're in such trouble right now, it's not even funny. Yeah, because when I was having the power issues, I shut production down to restart the power, so I didn't have a lot of pull on the grid, right? Or draw on the grid, same thing. So I could, hopefully kickstart the power again after I added, a little more production. But I forgot to turn it back on. And motors require, yeah, this needs to get, damn it, I need to find another sloop. Alright, we may do some exploring. I gotta get those turbo motors running. Gotta get those turbo motors running. It is imperative. Yeah, I've got nothing. Alright, we're gonna take a handful of these. I need to sloop those. I gotta find another sloop. The rotors. And then, so it's the pipes. Alright, let's get the pipes rolling. Alright, this is doing what it's doing. This is set up pretty much the way I need it, so. I mean, it would be nice to do another set of motors, but I mean, at this point, we got the stators, so it's the Alright, we'll let that run for a bit. We'll go make as many as we can with, you know, without taking every bit of the motors. And I suppose I could make a straight up temporary motor factory. Yeah, let me look into doing that. You know, be a little temporary thing until I can figure out how I want to integrate that over to here anyway. Rubber biscuits. Not as much as I thought it was going to be, but that's okay. We only need to, well, we need to make a lot, but actually, you know what? What's that making done? Yeah, you know what? We can do that. And do that. Cooling systems, radio control units, motors. Okay, radio control units. Which I think we're already making. Here, yes. Which are then going where? Computers are going there. Alright, let's see what we got going, if anything, here. Right here, okay. So that would go there. You would go here. Go there. Alright, we got radio control units, rubber. We need motors, which are going to come off the belt, the sushi belt. Oops. Here and here. So we'll have motors come in. On the right. See, what I would like to do is redesign this a little bit so those things can be brought upstairs through a lift. And this is why, I'm sort of realizing that certain things, I just gotta, I have to organize better. That's like, see, I do have this coming in from downstairs, but that is, a raw material. Okay, so throw that in and that in. And this is supposed to be what? Shoot. Cooling systems. So I can let those run for a minute. Get a few going. Check our inventory. And once it starts to slow down, take that out of there. Get the turbo motors going. And then this, if this starts to get low, I can start feeding from here. And something's locking us up. I'll find out what it is. Usually cable. There we go. All right, let's make sure everybody's running. Yes. Yes. And yes, all right. Now we just keep an eye on the belt for a minute, see what runs through. We're gonna figure out where the turbo motors are dropping. Which they might not be. I may have to create a spot for them. In fact, I need to. All right. Well, he must be going somewhere. Oh no, hold on. We'll follow this one down. Alright, so it doesn't go anywhere. Got it. Let's make that happen. Oh wait, no. Duh. No, I don't want that there. That'll end up confusing me. Uh-huh. And once I figure out, I've kind of got spots for everything, but I think I want to do it more sushi belt style the more I'm looking at it. But it's nice to have those other ones that, are direct from the storage unit. I'm going to have to leave the game running for like a little bit today. Just to allow the game to do what needs to be done. All right, we need to build one of those machines. So we need turbo motors to be cranking, but you're not cranking, are you? Well, you need cooling units. And I suppose I could just... Nah. Why did cable skip here? There we go. Right, then that should go to overflow. That's right, you're a freaking pain. Right, why are the radio control units not doing anything? Why are you going by? Oh, wait a minute, what are those? Those are coolers, okay. Motors are our biggest bummer at the moment. And then that fills in when it needs. Yeah, this is really I need to make this blueprinted. And I gotta see how big that new blueprint maker is. Oh, goodness. All right, we need to build one of those thingamajiggies. We need a bunch more, of everything, don't we? Quantum encoder. Look at this crazy looking thing. We need time crystals, 20 supercomputers, 232. Oh no. Alright, so I need. Let's go get some time crystals. I don't like the color changing bit here. That is not good. I think we have some. If not, we can make some. But we need 2, 4, 5 of those. Take that there. That's Sam. Alright, where do I make time crystals? Dude, look at dark matter crystals. Diamonds and... what is that? What liquid are you, or gas are you? Alright, we'll get into that. Diamonds, time crystals. Straight up diamonds. Alright, perfect. Alright, so you should crack out some time crystals. We need 250 of those. Alright, diamonds or coal, which should be made here. And then we need some coal, which... Alright, so now we'd have to belt that. So you would actually go here. Oh, let's make sure that's coal. Yeah. trying to remember why I have this in here in the first place. But we shouldn't, yeah, it's not affecting. It shouldn't be anyway. I think that's just the machine, like, yeah, powering down, powering up again. Alright, you're making, and we need a lot more. Oh yeah. Alright, we'll let this crank out for a while. We have 5 more. Thought I had a... Oh, that was mine. Alright, now the coal is slowing down. That's okay, we don't need to go super crazy on this right now. Alright, we're not going to do this. Never mind. It's much easier to go get the raw material and put it in. We'll keep that there, because if I can feed the coal in better, and I'll go check those miners, make sure they're MK3s and all that. And if they're not, we'll make them. And we'll let that build up again. Damn it. I'm missing time crystals. We gotta go get some coal. Alright, let's see what we got going on over here. Ooh. Alright, we need MK3 miners down here. Supercomputers, turbo motors. Fuse modular frame. Alright, I'm short modular frames. But we're gonna need a bunch of that. So what's in here? Ooh, motors. We'll take those, thank you very much. Whole lot of nothing. Oh, let me transfer back, all right. I should probably make these 4s at this point. I think all these belts are 3s. No, 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 you don't. Don't even do this. There you go. You know what? No. We will get that. We will gather presents later. All right, it is break time.
All right. All right.
Which we will do shortly. I already know my coffee's at the gross temperature by now. I just had to put it in my hand. Actually, I think I have another coffee I can... I mean, this is going to eat this coal like nobody's business. Alright, I think I have enough stuff to make those. Okay. Alright, we need more coal. We still need to build that quantum thingy, which requires a time crystal, which requires the diamonds. Which that's still working. Perfect. Alright, now we should be able to build that other thingamajiggy. We'll power it up and move it around later. The quantum encoder, which is a crazy looking machine. That takes a bunch of stuff. And a lot of this stuff, you know, later will create, you know, facilities for these machines. AI expansion server, superposition oscillator, neural quantum processor. Excited photonic matter. How the frick do I make that? All right, that's in the converter. Jeez. Diamonds? That would be cool. It's just making it? But where would that go? Oh, and that's got to go. Okay, that needs its own. I got you. I see it. Yep. So that we don't want, actually. So we need another one of these altogether. In order to produce or I gotta pipe it around. Which we could do. Actually, it'd be there. Okay. Wait a minute. All right, so it costs 1, 2, 3 plus, but it also produces it? No, the byproduct's different. Dark matter. Okay, so that produces a dark matter thing. Hey, Muttley. Well, you caught me right at break time. The coffee is gross temperature here. All right, so dark matter residue. Okay. And you require that. You also require supercomputers, those things. So we can do temporarily just to make what we need to make to move forward. I don't feel like flubbing around. But then the dark matter residue, where does that need to feed into? feeds into you. Because you're going to need dark matter residue. So, do I just expand it this way? Probably. And then the dark matter residue would pipe back over to here. We might be able to do that. Sure. Although these would be kind of neat in their own little area, wouldn't they? I'm kind of tempted. But this is all out now. Oh, I hate this game. Just when I figure out, you know what? Let's just, again, I gotta just make this stuff so we're gonna have to rebuild this whole thing anyway. This whole entire thing, rigmarole is gonna get, hopefully blueprinted and dealt with. All right, so that would produce that one thing, which then goes over there. Then that produces the other thing, which then needs a quantum thingamajiggy, which I could bring back, maybe. I kind of like all the pipes and everything. Yeah, we bet you we could. We could probably bring it back. Because where's that coal going? Right here. Yeah, we can bring that back, have that cut through over here. Sure, why not? Let's have like pipes and conveyor belts everywhere downstairs. Let's back and forth and being weird for no reason. And then this we're gonna have to change. My idea for this is gonna have to change, which is fine, we'll figure it out. I'm just gonna end up building it and see what happens. All right, this is still doing something, but nothing at the same time. All right, you need motors, of course, that's the biggest one. And we need the turbo motors to make the other things. Motors, motors, motors. We need freaking motors. Motors, motors, motors. We need some frickin' motors. Where are my frickin' motors? I need them birdie. Alright, I think rubber might be the other one we're missing out of that, or something we're missing. Hold on. Let me find out what that is. I think it's actually coolers. And if this was open, everything downstairs, I could bring upstairs into the storage, you know, on its own without having to manually do it. I could probably do it now too, but if I keep it all on this side. Plastic. Plastic. Plastic, fantastic. Let's see if we have any kicking around in another spot for fun. We don't. Ooh. No bueno, no bueno, no bueno, no bueno. We need some plastic. Let's go. See if we have any plastic over here. Which we can pilfer for now and get a little build up. We're almost at a break time here. I will take that, thank you. And then we should be good on cooling units, so I'm going to revert that back to plastic. I'll go take a look at that. Because that is Robert at the moment. So you need rubber, okay. And then plastic goes here. And diamonds should go here. Oh no, wait, you're making diamonds. Never mind, damn it. That should actually be coal. No, 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 no. Damn you. Quite possibly. Okay, that's for coal. Diamonds we need for this bloody thing. So that can make some time crystals. And that with ingots gets me, or damn it. Gets me these. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, never mind. If I can make that with Sam. Okay. That'll go to that. Dark matter residue, right? Wait, no. It's excited photonic. And then that makes dark matter. That will bring back to here. I mean, I could do it right here, too. I could split it as well. Crappy thing is some of the stuff that I could make. I could have the belt curl around here, bring this, cover that, which I think we're going to do anyway. We're going to give ourselves another... I could bring it up too, it doesn't matter, it's just a conveyor belt, it's not the fluid. I mean, I'd have to cover that. Raise the roof a little bit, maybe. Or the floor, rather. Kind of feel I should move this back a little bit. Damn it! Oh, I can and still have that. That's fine. Okay, yeah. We're good. We're good. And we get that thing again. That'll do. And then we need to, we can send that, or kind of want to see how this machine operates and what it does. We need to make these. I need that. I need a few of those. So we're making the crystals. We got those. We got that. We need to make 100 of those. So we're going to need more of those. We're going to need more of the ingots. The fix-it ingot. Fix ingot. A bunch of the time crystals. So we're going to need to make diamonds. All right, let's get that coal running in there. We got to make the MK3 miners, which should then produce enough coal. Just starts to thin out at a certain point. So I gotta go check the coal. Yeah, see, here it is right here. It starts to thin out a little bit. But we're gonna need a bunch of diamonds. All right, let's go try to make some MK3 miners down in the coal field, in the coal mine. For now, we'll let this run like this. Take the drive back. I have to find some sloops today. Well, it's either that or the camera does that wacky jump thing if I don't ride down the middle. Or adjust the camera. We even have one miner missing here, don't we? Yes, we do. Yeah, and the rest of that should be a 4. Okay. Good, 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 good. Whoop, 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 whoop. That one's funny. Put it out here for now. All right, let's head back, see what we got for production. All right, we have the fix it calendar. We've got to make things for that. Okay. So let's do that after break. All right, we've been on for 2 hours, 15 minutes. It is break time. But I think I want to be over in production land before I do that. Good enough for now. Okay. The factory of factories here. Let's produce everything we can in one small area. Okay. Oh, hey. Cooling systems and motors. I'm just trying to use this sparingly. Plus, I can't. There's no place for me to put overflow at the moment. The factory that makes factories. Well, that might be coming, and we won't be around to see it. I wish I hadn't built over this rock. Right, I couldn't go on break till I knew we had production going. That way we'll have something we can sort of watch here. All right, we're going on break. If you got to get going, thanks for stopping in and give me some of your time. I do appreciate it. For those of you who are sticking around, get up, stretch out, peel the peepers away from the screen for a few minutes. Get a beverage, get a bio break in, get a munchie, wash your hands in there somewhere. Don't do it in that order necessarily. And we will see you soon. And if you haven't yet, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, leave a comment, and all that YouTube jive. And we'll be back shortly.
It's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still hands unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow.
Okay, we will have to take... What happened to the music? All right, hold on. We will have to take another brief break afterwards. A buddy of mine is swinging by real quick to drop something off. A wiring harness. For an auto start. We got to deal with an auto start this week coming up. All right. So, as soon as I get a notification there, I will have to take a little break. Trying to get my computer stuff situated here. Let's get back into this game. All right. Looks like we're out of something. We're always out of something. Motors. Yep. Freaking motors, man. Oh, we're bumming on the motor situation here. All right. I'm just going to run through what we have left. I kind of don't really have a choice here. I'm sorry, Katrine. But yeah, we gotta run them. Oh no. Horrible times ahead. Take a look over at our coal. Yeah, it's doing all right. We're not too short on it. We could probably add that other line in. And that would probably help. I hope I'm not messing with the power consumption though. 23, 24, no, it's still about the same. Pretty consistent. We got a little dip every once in a while. I think that's due to these wacky machines. All right.
All right.
We need to bring... What do we need to bring? We need to bring that into there. Losing it, man. Too much to think about in this damn game. Alright, so you need to come back. Alright, so that would go down here. Alright, so that would need to move. Or I would have to go this way. And it would still need to move. I mean, this would be the preferred way. We're going to come down here. I could move this. I could move this over. Yep, we could do that. All right, let's move that over. How? How do we move that over? We bring this. No, we can't. Damn it. No. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Aha. We do... Or I say screw it and I just bring this one out from there over to here. But that doesn't make any sense because I've already done this. Or this creates... No, because that's a byproduct. So let's make the byproduct be useful. And I have nowhere to store it anyway. This is a nightmare. Alright, let's make some time crystals. I don't think we have a lot of those. No, we don't. Then that makes that right. How do I bypass this? I could bring it in closer. No. I know what I'll do. Okay. I'll put a floor hole thing here. And then I can belt it from there to there. And that'll allow this to go around that. Okay, we got it. We've got it. Victory is mine. All right, give me a minute. I got to AFK for just a second. Not the break again. I don't know when he's coming. He said he was finishing up at the mechanics. And that's about, the way he drives, 10, 15 away. Normally like 20. But my buddy's got that proverbial lead foot. All right, we gotta make more fix-it stuff. This is like just getting going and getting all your materials is a pain. I mean, the one nice thing is they do make you kind of use everything, I suppose. I'm also waiting on an Amazon delivery. I've got some backup fans in case my fans fail again. So I gotta keep an eye on that. Today is just the day of looking after stuff. Hold on, where is that? Right there. All right. Oh! Delivered. I'll be right back.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow.
All right, got my delivery. One interruption down. And then one more, and then we can try to fully concentrate. Yeah. All right. Wait a minute, though. And then that we can loop back in. Wait a minute, no, that's... dark matter residue. That's an in. So yeah, no, wait a minute. That's the byproduct of that. But we also want to be able to just make it directly from here. So what I should probably do is throw one of these on there. Will you let me? No, because you would have to have a pipe there first. I can't tell if this is straight or not. I hate that. All right. Logistics, I tell you. All right, so you're gonna produce the dark matter stuff. The dark matter, and so is that. So that needs, we need to move this. All right, let's put a pause on this. Okay. See, if we're doing the other thing, we can just swap out. We should be all right. Oops. Okay, that takes care of that. And then now, all right. Your dark matter. Okay, you're going in. You're out. Okay, so you're out and you're... Okay, all right. Hold on, but what are you producing on that out? Excited photonic matter. Which feeds... Alright, that we need... We want to bring that in as that. We have to supply that. But what we're making over here is a byproduct. It's dark matter residue. Hey, sound out there. What's going on? Thanks for stopping in. Like I said, we will be taking a short break when my friend shows up. I'm waiting for a texting notification. Yeah, we don't have any power, which is fine. I like the little flashy lights. That's cool. A little extra bit there. All right, we need to pipe this in. That's what we need to be thinking about. And then that, actually, no. Oh, I believe that's my friend. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Oh, yep. All right. I will be right back, y'all. Sorry for this, but I must do these now. All right. I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. Let me give you something a little bit nicer to look at. At least some sort of view of something. All right. We'll be right back.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow.
Aha. Oh, that wasn't fast enough. Somebody left. All right, we're back. Now we just got to remember what the heck we were doing. Oh, yeah. Piping. All right, and then we got to work on the road. Thank you. Thank you, Sound Author. Appreciate that. And stuff. Where am I going? Here. All right, so we go. Our waste product is the dark matter stuff, which then feeds on over to here. And then it can be used in here. Okay, but say we want to just feed that from that other thingamajiggy, which is over here. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm making that for that. But then I could make it. Ooh, and I could have a valve. I could have a reason to try the valve. And then I bring that. Not yet, Sound Author. I'm nowhere near making kaleidoscopes in this game. I gotta get a creative save going for that. And these parts are... I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with asymmetry to create symmetry. It'll be interesting. The belts we might have some luck with. And if we can get creative going and just have parts being made, I don't know how it works that way. Like if you just like, oh, I need this, and there it is. Or you just turn on the belt, you know. And we could make specific items and have it, you know, be in motion. But I hear a level 6 belt is pretty cool, so. All right, and then, since we want to make diamonds, we can bring the coal in. We've got dark matter coming in that way, but we also need to have it come in this way. That's the problem, because we have this belt going across. All right. I could drop it. Because now I have the ability to put one of these things on here. Like so. You son of a biscuit. It's a wild guess here. You won't let me nudge it, right? Yeah. Alright, where are you in relation? You are in between the center line and the other line. So here-ish. Or are you way off? No, that's pretty good. And then we shut the valve off here. And then also one here. I don't like that though. I wish we could come down a little straighter. You know what? We're gonna try it. It seems a little pinchy. I guess that's not bad. Oh, wait a minute. I know what I could do. Okay, so if I put it like that, and then I throw one of these on there. And I do the same here. I got to make sure that I'm at the same level. Let's do that. Do that. Let's get rid of that. And that. Let's do. Rid of that. That. Huh. The only thing I like about this potentially, though, is I could remove this. No. No, sir. I don't like it. All right, so let's go again. Okay, so if that's there. Where can I put this? Yeah, see, it doesn't really give me much. I could go a little bit higher. Yeah, it's basically the best option. I don't like it though. I don't like the double. Like, it really just it bothers me. Like, I don't like it. No. All right, let's get this out of here. Just there's something about it I'm not digging. All right, so sometimes we want to shut this valve off. Hey, Valius, what's going on? As always, trying to figure it out. Trying to take over the world. Alright, so we can shut that off. And we probably want one here. Because that's way... so that's got to be run at the same time. Need dark matter and diamonds. So the diamonds we could have come in through... Well, this makes diamonds. And then that could go out and around and in. Wait. No. And, oh, wait. Yeah, and in. So it could be making diamonds. And then I have to bring diamonds in. Alright, so we need to be making diamonds. Alright, if you want to lose your mind, play this game. It's insane. Alright, that's an in. Everything is... Alright, so... let's try to figure this out. This machine creates excited photonic matter, which then travels down here into this machine, which requires excited photonic matter. And then we'll have to put in, we'll do some manual stuff just to get what we need, you know, to move forward and to create, you know, a few here and there. I'm not worried about producing at the moment. And we'll put some things there. Now, this creates the neural quantum processor and dark matter residue. The dark matter residue travels down here over to here into here, which then creates our dark matter crystals. So, or we could create the dark matter crap over here and pump it in from here, closing that valve, opening this valve, closing this valve. Sure. And then that feeds into here. Or we keep that valve open, which produces the dark matter as well. And I generate it from here, keep everything open, except for I don't have it go down here because there wouldn't be any need for it. So I would close this off. That would go down here. That would stay open. Come up into here. This is closed or open depending on whether or not it's being produced as a waste product or whatever you want to call it. And then feeds up. Yeah. That sounds plausible. So this will produce diamonds, which I will then have to feed into here. So if we are making diamonds, this can go actually, you'd probably want to come out here past that. And then that would be diamonds, dark matter crystals. Sure. We got to fix our storage situation over here. Time crystals and nuclear. It's so hard to truly pronounce that properly. Nuclear, not nuclear. It's nuclear. Nuclear, like new and clear. Nuclear. Time crystals. Yeah, this is all stuff that. You know what? As a matter of fact, let's get the stuff that is normal out of here. We can move the computers over to the computer bit. Where are computers? Right here. Yes, they are. I don't even have a sink down here. I should probably have one. We'll go check on motors in a minute because we are in desperate need. As a matter of fact, I think we are... Oh, wait, what are we missing here? Radio control units? No. Oh. Motors are right there. Rubber's there. Radio control units. Cooling systems. All right. Let's go see what we have down in the lowers. In the belly of the beast. And yes, there should be a way for me to bring this up. I know. But again, I didn't think about it. But now I'm seeing, you know, how I might be able to, oh, you know, organize this. And we'll let this run through. Now, if I had these enough machines in a row, I could just generate all this stuff and have it just, you know, blop around. And throw a, you know, a dimensional depot underneath all of it. But since I am new to the game and I didn't know what I was doing yet, and, you know, was thinking of these things as I started working, now if this, I could smart split, which I can't because it's not going the right way. I can actually, and it's kind of a pain in the arse. Because you can't see what's coming out on the belt. But I could have it return into its storage as overflow, and then have it return again. Because I could put the smart splitter over it. Because this is it's a, you know, it's on the side of the storage, so I could put the splitter there, have that take overflow back into its storage container, and then have the lift put it onto the belt, and then also have it send it out. You know, so if there was, so it's just kind of a continuous cycle. Sort of like what I'm doing with the and then we remove that because it's now, and then we look to see why this is being weird. Where's the holdup? There we go. And then this should be overflow. And now we should have a staggering of parts. And of course, now we're missing motors. So that'll float around like that. That'll create whatever. Those will dump into their appropriate storage containers and then be used. This, and these are constantly being fed. That's being fed. My brain is being fed insanity. I could throw a sink over here, but I'm not going to bother. I could put one right here, but then I'd have to do it over here as well, and I don't want to deal with it right now. And we need that part. Alright, we're making diamonds. Diamonds are going to make Diamonds are forever. And actually, this for... see? Alright, now we're going to add a splitter onto that. Because we're going to need to make time crystals. No. Or not. Hold on. Am I going the right way? Yeah. What's up with that? Oh, you know what it might be? Fabulous. And then that will fill up with diamond. That'll fill up with diamonds. This will make dark matter crystals afterwards. We'll have this make... It doesn't look like I need anything to make this. It doesn't cost anything. This, on the other hand, will need... Oh, wait a minute. Shoot. Am I... Where are those? You're over here, aren't you? Yes, you are. Ha, ha, ha. Good. And then that way that can be made as well. Modular. All right, I need to go hook up that other coal. I don't think I'm giving enough coal production here. All right, motors we need to check. Coal we need to go deal with. We'll let all this stuff run, and thank you, Katrine, for the power to allow all of us to be running right now. Without the power, we wouldn't be doing any of this. All right, we still haven't made anything out of our new machine yet. I would like to do that. That would be good. Oh, no! Okay. Not quite what I had in mind, but it'll work. Can you still get underneath here? You can. Be cool if we could mess with the terrain. All right, we still need to be able to... Get out of my way! Never meaning no harm. Oh, hey. Get in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Been in trouble with, yeah, been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Alright, why did I come up here? Coal. Tying that other line. Actually, we want to turn that the other way. Yes, we do. Why, you ask? I have no idea. No. I think I'm already set up to run it through here. Actually, you know what? Alright, now we need to figure out these logistics. Yay. How I love that. And why are you not doing anything? Because you're not attached to anything. Okay, good. So you're... Well, you're running there, so why do we need to split you there? We don't, right? Because you're running into here. You're booking over to here. You're mixing in there. You're going over to here. You don't need to be here unless I'm running something, and even then I can bring it in from another spot. Does that sound right? I feel like I have more belts than necessary here. You're coming in. Boom. You're coming in. Boom. You're running along, merged. Over to here. You merge into this one. So then you had to sneeze there for a second. Would run. Because right now we're not doing anything here. We should be, but we're not. And then you... Fucking power nightmare over here. Why do I have a feeling that this is not going to move? Alright, you're going to have to hold off. You're going to have to hold off. You're going to have to hold off. Merger is going to go here. It doesn't always like to... do the proper connecting. Alright, now you should. There we go. And that should provide enough coal to make everybody happy. And if not, I don't know what to tell you. It should be enough to make the diamonds. We got plenty going over there. It seems to be staying pretty steady pace. We'll see how this backs up. I still find this to be funny. I kind of want to turn it or fix it. But the warbly bit is kind of funny. All right, now what? Time to make the donuts. Crazy thing is I know how to make all this better now. It's like, ah, damn it, now I gotta rebuild. And No Man's Sky is coming back. Don't you worry. For those of you who are checking in and going, how come you're not doing No Man's Sky? Well, one reason is they changed a bunch of things I was working with, and I didn't want to get angry about it. So I decided the next best thing was to take a little break. I think I want to bring this in closer to here. So I would not get too angry about it. And honestly, I needed a break. I was starting to get a little burnt out on you know, trying to figure everything out and the building with the ships, and you know, I didn't have all the parts. I didn't have, you know, I haven't had the time to really play. All right, we should be getting coal. Do that. And all the things I had planned, unfortunately, I could not do due to the changes in animations and basically, you know, wiping out a few of my saves and things I was working on. So I was like, you know what? I love this game. Let's not, you know, get angry at it. Let's just, they had to do what they had to do. For whatever reason, even though I didn't see a reason. Especially for one of them. But, oh, geez, look at all this crud we have. We got a ton of bulls. No. What is it with y'all walking all over my stuff? Feel the need to walk all over my bits. Damn, we got way too many. We're gonna go check these in here. I don't know what we're gonna get for ooh, I don't even know if they're gonna go through. No worries, no worries. You must do what you have to do. Fix me stuff. Alright, we've got bows, candy canes, some snow, some branches. Let's see what we need to do here. I want light. And do we get to keep this stuff afterwards, or does it all disappear at the end? I hate when they give you stuff and it's like, all right, it's over, now we're going to take it even though you built it. It's like, I want to be able to use it later. What's today, the 15th? Nothing? Nothing? Alright, Fixmas Holiday event. $100, $100, $50, $50. Alright, $100, $100, $50, $50. I might need to make more. $100, $100, $50, $50. $100, $100, $50, $50. Get off my vehicle! So, 100. 200. 50. 50. All right, we need to make red. All right, let's make some red. Two hundred. Ooh. I guess legend. I'm not entirely sure. Why isn't she talking? What happened? Oh no. Dialogue's up. What's going on with that? Huh. Ooh, I don't like that. Let me take a look at something real quick. Yeah, I've been having another audio issue recently. Uh-huh. I don't know why, but... Alright, well, it's... Yeah, her voice just cut out, like, earlier, and I don't know what happened. You know what? I'm going to quit and load back in. It's almost time to warm up the coffee anyway. And there's only 3 of us hanging out right now. Get off my vehicle! What are you doing? Alright, yeah, let's do a save somewhere where we know where we are. Then let's exit to the main menu. Yeah, let's exit altogether. Let it reload. Well, then I could finally play some get to build in the game. You know, once I get all the things, you know, unlocked, I can then, you know, that's going to give me, I forgot about the restart there. You know, that should give me, you know, at that point I've figured out how the game sort of works. And I'll have all the parts unlocked. Hopefully then we'll get more with the 1.2 update.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. May God have mercy on your soul.
Okay. And then I can start a creative save. And I'm hoping I could build things in the blueprint maker on the creative save. And then take those blueprints and bring them into the normal save. That's kind of the goal. Something along those lines. All right, what did we get for this? We got power light and ornament bundle. Okay, so now, and see, notice this is showing up now. So we need some of the copper. Yeah, we need some copper. All right, let's get some copper stuff going on that. Which we need the red for. Good. And then this should turn excellent. So we need copper ingots. That is not nearly enough. We will go get some. I should have one peel off over here. Again, it's temporary for the Fixmas event. None of that will, those machines will not stay there. I should put a buffer there, but oh well. All right, we need a bunch of those. Let that run through. What else? What else? What else? What are you? Copper, wait a minute. $200 of each of those. Okay. Oh, we gotta make the bundle one now. That was this one. Power light and ornament bundle. All right, power light. What is the power light? Cable in those. Okay. And we make the bundle, I'm guessing, in this machine. Or, no, wait. This machine. No? Blender. I bet you it's a frickin' blender. Oh, shh. Assembler. Okay. Alright, so now we gotta build an assembler. Okay. That's making copper. And we'll grab some iron ore for later. Most of this is just going into the sink anyway. Actually, a large percentage of it is. All right.
All right.
We've got red and copper. Oh, we need copper. I mean, the Fixmas thing, because it's just an event. Actually, what are you making? Let me pause you. We'll grab one of you for now. Which apparently I don't have. Okay, I do. All right. Let's say. And then you're gonna peel off of here into there for now. And I will take that for later. I need to make some iron ornaments. But in order to do that, I need the red. Okay, never mind. I gotta make those. The copper, rather. The iron, which is the blue. Alright, so yeah, there we go. Never mind. I know what I'm doing. Sure you do. Alright, gonna get those going. This will go back to whatever it is we were doing. We needed red. Although we're doing pretty good on the red, but we'll make a few more. Blue we should have a decent amount of. Snow. Let's make a little more snow. Okay, the light. Cable and one of those. All right, let's see what it is anyway. Oh, tell me we can't keep that. Oh, it's all flat. That's too bad. And you can't choose a color. And it takes the power away. So that becomes its own. I need the ornament bundle. Okay. Okay, this needs to just run, apparently. We could probably use a little more copper, but... that freaking bully muscled my vehicle all the way over to the wall there. Jam me in. All right, we're getting somewhere. I don't like that it takes over the other wire. We have the wreath to make. Oh yeah, it's time. It's time for some different, warmer coffee. Okay, we're producing, we're doing stuff. What next? What do we need to do? Motors, we gotta check on our motors. What's our motor situation look like? It's not looking good, I know. I can tell already. I can feel it in my bones. We're getting better, but we are not stocked. But at least the depot is. I think I'm going to have to go and make it temporary until this can get caught up. And I need to find some more summer sloops. Alright, we are overclocking that. This is why we need the other summer sloop. Damn it. Damn it. Ah. What are you making? Oh, no, because yes. In order to make the rotors faster. Correct. So now we need the extra one for this one to make the wire faster. And I'm not sure where I have one that I can... Oh, would you look at there? All right. So now, I just want to start cranking motors out. Boom. 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 And we need to double up on that, so. Look at these things cranking. But that'll get us 2 motors per. Because that's the only one I have making motors. I didn't realize we were going to need so many. So... All right, we just have to wait for those to produce. That's, you know, or we try to make some on our own, which we could, if need be. We do have all that stuff in the Dimensional Depot, the stators and rotors, and we could bang some out on the workbench if we really need them. But I want to try to get through this Fixmas stuff. We got to get the snow. We got to get the snowman. We already did the snowman. We got to do something. I can't remember what it is. The wreath, the tree, and the other light that, or the snowmaker, I think is what we're going for next. Down the other end, we still got to make that other part. Then we're going to make the fix-it ingots. We're going to make iron over here. Right, we're going to take another break. We're at 4.5 hours here. And then what I think I'm going to do is, temporarily, I'm going to make some iron ingots because we need it for the Fixmas thing. And we also need it for the other fix-it ingot. So we need to have some of that going. I'm not going to bring it in right now. I might later, but at the moment, we already have so much crap coming in and out of here. Okay, so we're making diamonds. The diamonds are feeding into this, making the diamond, or the time crystal. That is the fisket, and that requires SAM and iron. Alright, so we gotta get some more SAM going as well, just to be on the safe side, which we have that here, which is ready to feed into here. This can be switched over to iron. That's why I'm just doing it the way I am now. So if we get an iron thing going, okay, so this is currently making diamonds. Then the diamonds will be making those things. And then Something goes in this, which then creates the other thing, but we can make it here. So let's try doing that. So oh, this is where it's going to get confusing. So we're going to close off this valve. Oh, no, wait. We need to make something in that one, don't we? Damn it. Yes, we do. Do you need a game that occupies every second of your day? Satisfactory. It's like going to work, but you don't get paid. Oh, all right. Yeah, 4.5 hours in. It's time for a break. I need to go warm up my coffee. We need to let some things produce here. I want to let this build up with diamonds. This will do eventually. But it doesn't matter actually because I want this for iron. So if that starts to back up, we'll disconnect. All right, and then this, I will need iron or aluminum ingots, which I can get here as well. I'll probably feed them down too. And this seems like so it just this one here, it looks like you don't need to do anything to make it. But it's not showing any SAM. This one does, this one does, this one doesn't. So I don't know what's going on with that. I have to kind of keep that in mind. All right, so SAM, let's put in a bigger. No. We'll hold off on the size on that. This for the iron, though, I think I want to do because I want to produce more of that. The ingot. All right, we have copper for up there. We need iron here. Well, this is silver, or aluminum rather. All right, what are we making? Anything over here? Ah, here we go. Let's throw down that. Do that. This is basically paused anyway. Some of these items are like one-use items, so like the at least that I can tell. Like the crystal oscillators are Okay, we have stuff, and it's getting in the way of other stuff. Let's find out what that is. Oh, that's not too bad. You're moving. We're moving. What are you supposed to be getting? Computers, crystal oscillators, and aluminum casing. You're not getting aluminum casing. Well, let's fix that, shall we? You're waiting on plastic. You're not waiting on anything. All right. All right. Break number 3. I know, a lot of breaks today, but I had to do it. Had to be done. But yeah, I can't stare at the screen for hours on end without stepping away for a little bit. Let's get that running. Let's see. Hopefully we don't get jammed here. We are a little bit. Let me see why. It's always this cable jam up here. I had to figure out how to not get it jammed. I mean, once it gets moving, it's usually pretty good. And now this should just rotate through. It just needs to, it can't have too many of the same item next to each other, I think. It needs to be able to split up more like that. Alrighty, folks, I'll be right back.
All right.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft, like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip,
Alrighty. We are back, we're back, we're back. Everybody got everything? No. What are you missing? Motors. Let's throw another 100 out there. I mean, I'm cranking them up at the other spot. What I'm going to end up having to do is I'm going to have to keep my game running and just let the motors build up. It's the only thing I can think of at the moment. There's so much to keep track of. It's like, hey, you're building this, you're building that, you got to build this for that, and the other thing, and don't forget this. Ah. Stuff, and more stuff. What were the ingots again? Iron, aluminum, and Catrinium, I think. Alright, we gotta see where Katrine is. I gotta start thinking about getting the road out to her. Alright, let's think about this here. Gonna have to come around here. We know that. We'll drive our route. I can bring motors across at that other spot. We got to make the iron. Damn it. All right, I got to add at least a section of road. All the work Katrina's done, I got to at least start this. We need a road curve to the right. And that's going to bump right in, isn't it? Damn it. Let's try another down. And then let's try. Mm-hmm. Alright, we're gonna have to clear that out. Or we're gonna have to come up one. Damn it. Yeah, because that gets into the dirt. Alright, so no. 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 So what we could do is we could do a slight alteration, a little jagged bit. And a build. So, what we might want to do is... First... temporarily... And this is where it gets tricky. Alright, this is where it is a nightmare. Okay, so... Now, see, we need to go. Alright, we need to figure this out. Actually, what if we start to turn early? No. Or we stay up. No, we can come down a little bit. Actually, let's make sure we're at the same height as this before I start moving things around here. We're not. So if we just bring this out, that keeps us on a straight line there. Nice. And we know we're going to miss that. And we take that. And we have a little fold over, but NBD, because we get what we need. And if I can, and then I'll just delete whatever we don't need as a double up. We can do that after. Now, I should be able to take this and I mean, I could have brought this down, actually. You know what? No. We'll have elevated roadways. And then I'll bring it down over here. Because we're going to go over the river anyway. And if we bring it down... Well, let's see. Come on, beast of dude. Messing with my mojo. Levi Rivers, what's going on? Interesting. Am I offset over here? No. We'll bring some sort of connecting way, you know, so it's not just floating around. No. Alright, we're gonna start coming down. I think we should have probably done more. Well, we could throw a little support there. we'll address the inconsistencies. Alright, we're gonna have to blow some stuff up. We're gonna have to move a few things. But, oops, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. And we always have to be above the dirt. Otherwise, we're gonna end up with all kinds of crazy stuff in our tunnel. All right, that's good for now. Actually, we should probably until I can get power running through the. Because once you throw in the ramps, it's all a bunch of hooey from there. Alright, let's see. Then we'll go straight. And we'll turn. We'll come. Or we'll come straight through. It'd be easier just to come through here, wouldn't it? Or maybe start turning towards here. Yeah, and then out here. Atlas Galacticus. It's either that or I go straight through. Because this is up, over, and then around. This would be around. About the same amount of road no matter how I do it. Except I think this was a little longer. Alright, I'll have to map that out after. Alright, we're good. We actually made a little progress. We will do a temporary up and down for now. Oh. Because we could split the road. This has got to go. This needs to move. And it will be temporary. Most of this is. All right, now that we don't have that in our way, we can come through here. Then we could either go straight over the hill, and then take a right, or we come out here. I need to make a V. See, and this is why I need that bigger blueprint maker. I can make better curves, and I think I can make the V shape. Or I can go on a site and see if somebody already has made some of these road things, and I can... Ah, no worries, Levi. Where are we at? Where are we at? Oh. What are you? I think you're iron or coal. I can't remember, but yeah, we do have that here. Yes, you can actually create the path. You drive it and you record the path, and it will repeat it. All right, I'm not going to do the logistics on this now. I'm going to go back to doing other stuff. We made some progress, and I'm happy about that. I have a rough idea where I'm going to go. And I will have to wire the road. Could have made a roundabout. But I can't make a full circle in the current one, so I have to wait for the third one in order to make the roundabout. And better curves. Right now I'm dealing with the smaller blueprint maker, which is causing, you know, it's forcing me to do a certain thing at the moment. There is another method, but it is one I don't really know it. I gotta watch the video again. All right. This is just gonna do what it's gonna do. It'll run. You're making stuff. All right, didn't I peel something off? Yeah. Aluminum ingots. We'll do the copper ingots over here too. We'll peel that off of there. Can't wait to see what this thing does. We're almost to the point. Alright, the things we need are time crystals, which we're making, supercomputers, which we have some. We have some Fiskett Trigon. We need the excited photonic matter, which needs to come in from that bit there. So we're going to make time crystals for a little bit. And then This thing's a nightmare. And then we'll produce that whateverness, the photonic goo. That will go down over to here. That will create the other stuff, which then we can start generating the dark matter crystals. That's the ore, which then gets gone through there. This is a final destination, yeah. So we could throw some time crystals in here for now. Alright, we need to get this thing wired up and running. I think that's our next step. And at least see what it does. Okay. So time crystals. Oh, I needed the trigons, damn it. Time crystals. Supercomputers. An idiot me, trigons. We're gonna have to make some more of those. And then that. And that. Where's the power for this thing? Right here. All right. Oh, somewhat perfect. All right, that's ready to go. Oops. All right, that's going to do dark matter. All right, dark matter is going to come through here and up to here, but we don't want it currently. So we're gonna close the valve. That'll stop that. That's gonna go down here. We don't want anything coming into here. So we'll stop that. Because this is for dark matter, which is that. And I'll have to color code the pipes, that'd make it easier. Alright, so then that's going to generate photonic matter, which that's going to need. And then this. I guess. We'll go to what? Then that actually should go down. Yeah, no, then that goes to this. Damn it. So this is dark matter coming into here. That stays closed. Dark matter comes into here. There we go. And then this turns into the crystals. Got it. And then we can stop messing with coal. We'll let this build up with diamonds. We need to make the tri-stuff. Yeah, we don't have much. Of any of it, so. I guess we'll let everything build, and then I just got to figure out the flow of pipe stuff. Because I can make this either way. And depending on how I have that valve and that valve, I just need to shut that one off. But if I'm making the other thing, I don't want to put that in that pipe if I don't need to, and I can just bring it to here, which would fill it quicker anyway. Yeah, this is crazy stuff to try to keep track of. And I don't even know if this is going to work here. Now I got to try to figure that out. Because that's unfortunately right underneath the belt, which we don't want to do that. Although I could. I could bring that straight down. The newer machines have some neat noises. I don't know. It sometimes you can cut off the flow. But at this point, I just need to kind of keep making diamonds. Get this to be at least halfway full. And then we need to create the photonic matter, which is then going to make
If I had been in charge during humanity's evolutionary process, I would have done something about your more stupid tendencies.
Well, that's all right. It's getting close to time to quitting. I need some real food. So that was a obelisk, like an explosive device, like a grenade. Now I gotta go through and delete all the lights. Thankfully, it didn't destroy it. There should be an achievement for that. Dunce cap or something. You know, Santa dunce cap. Those should be in the depot as well. As a matter of fact, no, unfortunately, it does not do terrain edits. That would be cool if it did, but there is no terrain editing here, unfortunately. You're either clipped or you're not. It leaves a temporary scorch mark on it, basically. Oh, I need 500 of those things. We'll make them later. We need these more importantly right now. We'll make the other part after. We have enough stuff that we could probably do it, so I'm not overly concerned yet. It's all about getting it done. Because our next set of goals, I think if we do this one here, then, I mean, we have enough of the time crystals and they don't take too long to make, and we have the material to make them. We are making the frames here. We'll be able to Fisket triangle things we can make. I don't know how long the other things are, though. The first one, the one for 100. But probably a long time since there's only 100 of them. And then all of that stuff is going to be required for everything past the nuclear lasagna. So, and I don't even know what that thing, the other two things are. I think I've seen one of them. And we still have the rest of Fisk to deal with. But I will be streaming this Christmas Day, so. Alright, that's ready to make the other thing, which then requires the dark matter crystals, yes. Is that a one-on-one? One diamond to 5 of those. Okay, perfect. We should be doing pretty good there. And I'll try to make sure that this is running properly before tomorrow. But I think we're pretty darn close. I kind of want to see this thing rolling. All right, let's take a break on diamonds for a moment. Yeah, Levi, I get you. Believe me, I understand. All right, that's going to be Sam. That's going to be ingots. We can stop this now. We can... Hey, I found my other boom boom device. I'm like, where am I going? Oh, damn it. Alright, that should be a good start for that. And then you go to here. And then you become the ingot, which then goes to here. And then you go to there, which then gets me that. You will continue to build up here. Hey, I wish you well too, Levi. Thank you. And a Merry Christmas to you. We got a few, we're almost there, but we got a little ways to go. For those of you who are able to celebrate, and who are celebrating this year, and if you celebrate it. Okay. Let's take a look at our power consumption real quick. 22.6. Katrine, you're awesome. Thank you so much for making all that power. And I've been trying to produce. Okay, speaking of trying to produce, we need motors to be getting going. I need some food. I may return tonight, but if not, I will definitely be on tomorrow morning as usual. And I've been playing it 2 hours. I've been streaming for almost 6. So I don't know what you're saying too. Oh, that's right. I restarted partway through. So yeah, that's the cue. And Fix It says take a break. It's time to take a break. So until next time, I want to thank everybody for their time. This has been me, Kevin C, here at Action Pants Gaming, wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse, everyone, all you pioneers out there, and factory builders, a little bit of love, peace, and machine grease. I will be back to No Man's Sky, I promise. It is coming soon. Not as soon as you think, but sooner than you think. Anyway, take care, y'all. We'll see you soon. Yeah, see, I can tell I've been thinking about it. All right, bye, everybody. Take care. Thank you so much.
action pets, gaming. Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, laid back. No stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, throwing parts. Crafting all night, all night. Get ready to build, get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right.